Gajayutapaya Vipradvishad Gunayutadara Vindanama Padara Vimukachwapachambarishtam Manyetararpita Manovachane Hitartha Pranam Punati Sakulam Nataburimana Naivatmana Prabhurayam Nijalava Purno Manam Janada Vijushat Karuno Vranite Yad Yachane Bhagavate Vidadhita Kamam Tachchatmane Pratimukas Yata Mukashri Tasmadaham Vikata Viklaka Ishvarasya Sarvatmana Mahigranami Yatamanisham Nicho Jaya Guna Visargamanu Pravishta Puyete Yena Hipuman Anuvarnitena Sarva Mi Vidikarastava Satvadamno Ramadayo Vayamiveshana Chodvijanta Shemaya Bhutaya Ayat Misayasma Kriditam Bhagavato Ruchiravataraya Satyashamanyumasharashtahatwastadhyadya Modeta Sar Shishi Radhamadan Mohan Ki Jai Shishi Lakshmi Nrsimhadev Ki Jai Shriman Mahaprabhu Ki Jai Shishi Panchatattva Ki Jai. Samsharadavan Nadalidha Loka Tarnayakarinya Ghana Ghanatvam Samsaradavam Nadalita Loka Tranayakarunya Ghana Ghanatvam Tasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Tasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Tasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Prabhu Kirtananritya Gita Varitramajan Manasodasena Roman Shakampa Shutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Shringaratan Mandira Marjanadao. Yuktasya Bhaktam Chaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Chaturvidha Shri Bhagavad Prasada Swadhana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangam. Krutva Vatitting Vadata Pradaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Shri Radhika Madhavayorapada Madhurya Lila Gunarupa Namam. Shri Radhika Madhavayorapada Madhurya Lila Gunarupa Namam. Pratikshana Svadanalolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Nikunjayuno Rati Kele Siddhai Yaya Livir Yuktirapekshaniya. Tatrati Daksha Rati Balabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Tatrati Daksha Rati Balabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Vande Guru Shri Shadari Trimastamasta Shastra Ruktastataba Vasadvi Kintu Prabhoya Priyaiva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Kintu Prabhoya Priyaiva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Yasya Prasada Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasada Nagati Kutopi 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 Jayam Stuvam Stasya Yasastri Sanyam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Jayam Suvam Satya Yasastri Sanyam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Jayam Suvam Satya Yasastri Sanyam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Jayam Suvam Satya Yasastri Sanyam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Sadadavam Nadalitaloka Tranayakarunya Khana Khana Kalyana Bhumarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamine Namah Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Gadadhar Shivasadi Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jayom Vishubhad Paramhamsa Prevrajagacharya Shrimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jayom Vishnupad Paramhamsa Prevrajagacharya Shrimad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnavini Ki. Nam Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki. Prem Zakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gogobinath Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki. Shri Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki. Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki. Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki. Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi Ki. Sambhita Bhaktivinoda Ki. Shri Maha Mahotsav Nrsimha Caturdasi Ki. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlada Daine. Hiranyakashipur Vakshaha. Yato yato yami tato Narasimha. Yato yato yami tato Narasimha. Bahir Narasimha Hridaye Narasimha. Bahir Narasimha Hridaye Narasimha. NrshimhaDev Charana Prapade. Adhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare.
Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha. Jaya Prahlada Maharaj, Jaya Prahlada Maharaj, Jaya Prahlada Maharaj, Jaya Prahlada Maharaj. Shri Lakshmi Nrshimhadev Bhagavan ki, Prahlada Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Jai Gaur Premanande.
Vrindyai Tulsi Devyai Priyai Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavatya Namo Namaha. Vrindyai Tulsi Devyai Priyai Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavatya Namo Namaha. Vrindyai Tulsi Devyai Priyai Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavatya Namo Namaha. Namo Namaha Tulasi Krishna Preyasi. बिना कृष्ण दास कोई न मोरा बिना कृष्ण दास कोई न मोरा श्री राधा गोविंद प्रेम सदय न भासी श्री राधा गोविंद प्रेम सदय न भासी श्री राधा गोविंद प्रेम सदय न भासी यानि कानि च पापानि प्रमहत्यधिकानि च तानि तानि प्रणश्यन्ति प्रदक्षिणापदे पदे यानि कानि च पापानि ब्रह्महत्याधिकानि च तानि तानि प्रणश्यन्ति प्रदक्षिणापदे पदे यानि कानि च पापानि ब्रह्महत्याधिकानि च तानि तानि प्रणश्यन्ति प्रदक्षिणापदे पदे Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavatyaya Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavatyaya Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavatyaya Namo Namaha.
Let's do the translation together. I offer my repeated obeisances unto Srimati Vrinda, Srimati Tulsi Devi, who is very dear to Lord Kesha. O Goddess, you bestow devotional service to Krishna and possess the highest truth. O Tulsi, beloved of Krishna, I bow before you again and again. My desire is to obtain the service of Sri Radha Krishna. Whoever takes shelter of you has his wishes fulfilled. Bestowing your mercy on him, you make him a resident of Vrindavan. My desire is that you will also grant me a residence in the pleasure groves of Sri Vrindavan Dham. Thus, within my vision, I shall always behold the beautiful pastimes of Radha and Krishna. I beg you to make me a follower of the cowherd damsels of Vraja. Please give me the privilege of devotional service and make me your own maidservant. This very fallen and lowly servant of Krishna prays, may always swim in the love of Sri Radha and Govinda. Those who circumambulate Srimati Tulsi Devi step by step destroy whatever sins they have committed, even the killing of a Brahmana. And now, please get the 7th Canto 9th chapter out. And we'll do the Tasyara Vinda Nayanasya Padara Vinda Kinjolka Nishatulasi Makaranda Vayu Antargatasa Vivarena Chakara Tesham Shamshovyam Aksharajusham Apichitta Tando. Back. When the breeze carrying the aroma of Tulsi leaves from the toes of the lotus feet of the personality of Godhead entered the nostrils of those sages, they experienced a change in both body and in mind, even though they are attached to the impersonal God. Which sages? Any sages? 4 Kumars. 20 points to all. Tulasi dalamatrina jalasya shurkalina chaba vikrimi te samatmanam bhaktebhyo bhaktavatsala. Sri Krishna, who is very affectionate toward his devotees, sells himself to a devotee who offers merely a tulsi leaf. Who made this prayer famous? So everyone say it. Vaitacharya. 20 points to everybody. And now we will discuss the 10 disruptors of devotional service called aparadhas. Aparadha comes from the word aradhana, which means devotional service. And aparadha means those activities or attitudes that disrupt devotional service. Only today, we'd like everyone with each one of them to match it to one of the prayers of Prahlada Maharaj. So you can use your notes. Do you have notes? Or you can use it. But be creative, but connect it up. One of the 10 aparadhas, match it to one of the verses we just all learned from the 7th Canto 9th chapter between verses 7 and 50. Ready? Say yes.
Yes.
Here we go. Mohani's totally ready back there. Satam ninda namna paramam aparadam vitanute yata kyatim yatam katam usahate tad vigarham. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their life for propagating the holy name of the Lord. Go. Okay, you take the microphone. Where's all the mics? Make it quick. We don't want to be here all morning. Over here. Explain what you're going to be reciting and why, and then recite the verse.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Yeah, that's good. Hare Krishna. So the first verse tells that those who blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for promoting the holy name of the Lord, that is the biggest offense. And the remedy is to worship them and bathe us with the dust of their lotus feet. That is what Srila Prahlada Maharaj is telling. Naishammatis tavaduru kramangrim sparshati anartha apagamaya dartha maheshayam padarajo vishekam nishkinchananam nanibilita yavat. So what it tells that unless Prahlada Maharaj is suggesting to Hiranyakashipu that unless we bathe ourselves maheshayam pada rajo vishekam, that we do abhishek ourselves with the dust of the lotus feet of the great devotees, only then our life will be success.
Okay, nice verse, nice citation. Not from the same chapter, but Judges? You give it to him? You'll give him credit, even though it wasn't from 7th Canto 9th chapter? You're being given credit. Okay. Oh, you have another one? Go ahead. Okay, 2.
The 8th verse. Brahmadaya suraguna munayota siddha satvaikatana gatayo vachasam pravahe naraditum puruguner adunapi pipru kim toshtum arhati same hari ukhrajate. In this verse, Prahlada Maharaj says, even those headed by Lord Brahma were not able to satisfy you. So he says, with the best, how can I render my prayers unto you? And it reminded me of this verse because we consider Brahma, Shiva, and all these other demigods very high in platform.
You're doing number 2, right?
Yes.
Okay, switch to 2, please. Thank you. Shivasya Shri Vishnu ya iha gunanamadi sakalam hiya binnam pashyat sakalun harinama hitakara. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. Go ahead, give your explanation. Defend your thesis.
So even Lord Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu, or these demigods, they're considered in the mode of goodness and have qualities as such, but to consider them equal can be offense, because in the later verses of Prahlada Maharaj's prayers, he says that the Lord did not place his head on Lord na brahmano na bhavasya na vairamaya, that he did not place his hand upon these entities. So the fact that NrshimhaDev had placed his hand upon Prahlada Maharaj is very, very fortunate.
It's kind of wedged in there, but we'll take it. It's a verse. And it's all good. Okay. Number 3. Ready? Gurur avagya, to disobey the orders of the spiritual master or to consider him an ordinary person. Go ahead.
Evam janam nipatitam prabhavahi kupe kama bikamu manuya prapatan prasangat kritvat masat surashina bhagavan grihita soham katam nu vishaje tava britya sevam. In this verse, Prahlada Maharaj says that his first duty is to serve Narad Muni because he was the one who instructed him how to achieve this transcendental position. So this shows that we should never take our spiritual master as an ordinary person, and our first duty is always to serve them.
Number 4. Everyone. Shruti Shastra Nindanam, to blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. Yeah, okay, go ahead. He's got it. He's got something.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. So it doesn't go exactly like with this point, but it's very close because it says like Itham Nishi Gurishide Bhachasavataro. I don't recall the whole verse.
Give the whole verse somebody just from hearing that one line. Say the line again that you know.
Itham Nishi Gurishide Bhachasavataro Dharmi
Vibhava
say Loko Jagat Pratipan. Yeah. Channo Kalu Abhavat Triyuga Satyam. So it says like in the Shastra, it says that you come in different forms, Lord. Sometimes as human beings, sometimes at the fish, animals, in different forms. And you don't actually take birth or incarnate in the Kali Yuga as an open incarnation, rather in a hidden incarnation. And these are all explained in the Shastra. So he is actually referencing that Shastra is telling that when you will appear, how will you appear, everything. It's not something man-made or human concocted. So it's kind of, respecting the Shastra or following the instructions of the Shastra. That's what I thought.
Judges, will you take it? We'll accept it. Okay. 5. Altogether, Harinam Nikalpanam, to consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be imagination. Yes?
So, verse number 50. So Prahlada Maharaj says that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, that there are 6 kind of devotional service you can offer. So, and by doing this, you can like, this is means for Paramahamsa, you can achieve that. So if you don't believe, that means that you are considering as an imagination. So,
Haribol. We'll take all offers, whatever you'd like to offer. Number 6. Artavadaha, to give some mundane interpretation on the holy name of the Lord. Anything, anyone? Pass. Number 7. Namno baladhyasa hi papa buddhir navidyate tasaya marna shudhi, to commit sinful activities on the strength of the holy name of the Lord. 8. Dharma vrata tyaga hutadi sarva shubha kriya samyam api pramadaha. Then at Hare Krishna, one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruit of activities. Okay, we've got one. Maya mana sujita karma mayam maliya kalina chodita guna. Is that what you were going to do?
We were thinking text 49.
Okay, go ahead.
Naite gunana gunino mahadadayo ye sarve manah prabritayah sahadeva martya adyantavanta urugaya vidanti hi tvam evam vimirshya sudhiyo viramanti shabdat. And the translation goes that neither the 3 modes of material nature, nor the predominating deities controlling these 3 modes, nor the 5 gross elements, nor the mind, nor the demigods, nor the human beings can understand your lordship, for they are subjected to birth and annihilation. Considering this, The spiritually advanced have taken to devotional service. Such wise men hardly bother with Vedic study. Instead, they engage themselves in practicing devotional service.
9. Ashadadhani vimuke pyashunvati yashchopadesha shivanama paradaha. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name.
Naivod vijay paraduratya vaitaranyas Tvadviryagayan mahamrita magna chitta soche tato vimakha cheta sa indriya artha
Maya Sukaya
Paramodvahato Vimudan. So in that, Prahlada Maharaj says he wants to deliver everyone, and here it says that we should not instruct to faithless. But there is he's like once you said that we know the mood in which we are not committing offense, but we know that we want to help people and giving them Krishna consciousness. Yeah, something like that.
Prabhupada says, although the Lord says don't preach to the faithless, the devotees take the risk anyway, because they know the purpose of the Lord. Nice. Together. Shrute pinama mahatme ya priti rahito naraha aham mamari paramo namni sopya parada krit. To not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names and to maintain material attachments even after understanding so many instructions on them. Oh yeah, either of the Viluli Tum verses. Go ahead. Who's got one?
I didn't think of those ones.
Okay, give one.
Balasya neha sharanam pitaro narshinga nartasya chakadamudan patimanchato no taptasya tat pratividirya ihanja shestas tavad vibhotanubritam tvadupekshitanam. And in this verse, Prahlada Maharaj is saying how unless you realize that the Supreme Lord is the one giving sanction to all activities, such as people may think that a medicine can relieve a suffering patient, but that's only possible with a physician. Similarly, no boat on the ocean can protect a drowning man without the sanction of the Supreme Lord. So similarly, it is important to remember that the power of the holy names and the faith in the Supreme Lord are important for us to achieve our goal.
Okay, and the last one. Api pramadaha, it is also offensive to be inattentive chanting. Ashtau siddhanameka gramanasasya samahita prema gadgaraya vachanyasya hridikshanaha. The first verse in the series at number 7, where Shukadev says that Ashtau siddhanameka gra. Prahlada Maharaj had one pointed attention. Manasasu samahitaha, and his mind was fully engaged. Prema gadgaraya vacha, and then he started to speak, but his voice faltered because of prema. Tanyasta hridiyekshana, with his hridiyekshana, with his heart and his vision, he was fully fixed on the form of the Lord. No inattention there, right? Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki Jai. So today is Nrshimha Caturdasi, a day we've been waiting for a long time. And we'll have festivities throughout the day, non-stop, all the way into the wee hours of the night. Hearing chanting, dancing, chanting, feasting later on after dusk. And we pray on this day, Dear Srila Prabhupada, Dear Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Shri Panchatattva, Shri Shri Radhamanan Mohan, Shri Shri Lakshmi NrshimhaDev, if you so desire. Please remove any obstacles of material desires within our hearts so we can serve you in the same mood as Prahlada Maharaj, without any motive, only service for service, to please the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. Thank you for considering our request. Om Tat Sat. Everyone who agrees with this prayer, in whole or in part, please say Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Now let us offer our humble obeisances to all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who are just like desire trees, and can fulfill the desires of everyone who are full of compassion for the fallen, conditioned souls. Vancha kalpadruvishcha. Happy Japa.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram,
Hare Rama, Hare
Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama,
Hare Ram,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Krishna, Krishna,
Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram,
Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Ram,
Hare Rama, Hare
Krishna, Hare Ram,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Sit properly.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare Rama,
Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare Rama, Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare Rama, Hare
Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare,
Rama Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare Krishna,
Rama Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama, Rama
Rama,
Rama, Hare
Rama
Hare,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama, Rama
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Krishna
Rama
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Rama,
Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama, Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama,
Krishna
Hare Rama,
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Hare,
Rama, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Hare
Krishna
Rama, Rama
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Rama
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Rama, Rama
Krishna,
Rama, Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna,
Rama, Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare,
Rama
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Hare
Krishna
Rama, Rama
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama, Rama
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama, Rama,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Rama
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Rama
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Rama
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
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 Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Rama
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama, Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Hare
Rama Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama, Rama
Rama
Rama, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare Hare,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Hare
Rama Rama, Rama Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama, Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Rama Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Rama,
Krishna,
Rama Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Hare
Hare Hare,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna,
Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare,
Rama
Hare Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Ram, Ram Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Rama,
Ram
Rama
Ram
Rama,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Rama, Hare
Ram
Rama,
Ram
Rama
Ram
Rama,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram Ram
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Rama,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Rama,
Ram
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 H
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Rama,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Rama, Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Krishna Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram,
Hare Rama,
Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna Krishna,
Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Rama,
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama, Rama
Krishna.
Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Rama,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Hare,
Ram,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna,
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Om Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Ram Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Oh Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna
You
Hare
too.
Ram Hare Krishna Hare
And there too.
Hare Krishna
Everyone ready? Hare Krishna. Okay. Namashreshtam. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. You put the, okay. Chariya Vaishnava Seva Nistara Payeche Keba. 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 Namashreshtam Manamapi Shachi Putramatra Sarupam Shirupam Tasyagrajam Uruparim Maturim Goshtavatim Radha Kundam Girivaramaho Radhika Madhavasham Prapto Yasya Pratitha Shripaya Shri Gurun Dhammatosmi Hey Guru Jnanadadina Bandho Swananda Data Karanaita Sindho Vrindavana Sina Hitavatar Prasida Radha Pranaya Prachara Hey Dina Bandho Karanaita Sindho Guru Prasadam Mayimandamure Raksha Parare Bahupapagare Tatpada Padme Stu Patishta Krishne Naivo Payanta Pachitim Kavayasta Vesha Rama Yushakti Kridam Ridam Udasmaranta Yontar Vahista Rudutam Ashubam Vitimvam Acharya Chaitya Vabhusha Swagatim Yanaki. Without serving the representative of Krishna, nobody can approach Krishna. I bow down to the beautiful lotus feet of my spiritual master. By his causeless mercy, I have attained the supreme holy name, the divine mantra, the service of the son of Shachimata, the association of Srila Swarup Damodar, Rupa Goswami and his older brother, Sanatana Goswami, the supreme abode of Mathura, the blissful abode of Vrindavan, the divine Radha Kund and Govardhan Hill, and the desire within my heart for loving service of Sri Radhika and Madhava in Vrindavan. O spiritual master, O giver of divine wisdom, O friend of the fallen, you are the giver of your own bliss, and you are the only ocean of mercy. Although dwelling in Vrindavan, you have descended for the welfare of fallen souls like myself, and you are preaching the divine love of Radha for Krishna. Please be kind upon me. O friend of the lowly, O Gurudev, you are the only ocean of mercy. I am a doleful and have committed hundreds of thousands of offenses. I have fallen into dense myriad of sins. Therefore grace me with your mercy, that my mind may be fixed on your lotus feet and on Shri Krishna. O my Lord, transcendental poets and experts in spiritual science could not fully express their indebtedness to you, even if they were endowed with the prolonged lifetime of Brahma. For you appear in two features, externally as the Acharya and internally as the Super Soul, the deliverer of the directing them how to come to you. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain your devotional service. I bow down at those feet with great awe and reverence. On his grace we cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. Our only wish is to have our consciousness purified, words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens our darkened eyes and fills our hearts with transcendental knowledge. He is our Lord, birth after birth. From him ecstatic praying emanates. By him ignorance is destroyed. Vedic scriptures sing his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean mason, the friend of the poor and the Lord and master of devotees. O Master, be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. Shri Guru Charana Padma Vallabha Sati Sadma Bando Muisabhadana Mate Jahara Prasade Bhai Bhavato Krishna Kati Hoy Jaha Hoy Se Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Ko Viya prema bhakti jaha hote avidya vinasa jate prema bhakti jaha hote avidya vinasa jate Viveka jahara sarita Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namah Srimate Bhaktivedanta Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavani Paschatyari Chakarine Prabhupada Jai Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Gadadhar Shivasadi Jai Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 He Vaishnava Thakura Doyara Sagara Dasa Kodi Hari. Oh hey Vaishnava Thakura Doyara Sagara Dasa Kodi Diya Padachaya Shulohe Ama Tomaracharana Dori Diya Padachaya Shulohe Ama Jaya Bhega Doni Jaya Dhosha Shohi Jaya Duna Deho Tase Jaya Satsanga Deho He Amare Boshashi Sangela Jaya Satsanga Hari Hari Ekaki Amar Nahi Pai Bhalo Harinama Sankirtane Ekaki Amar Nahi Pai Bhalo Harinama Sankirtane Tumi Kripa Kore Sharavindu Diya Deva Krishna Nama Dane Se tomar, Krishna dice paro, tomara shakati ache. Krishna se tomar, Krishna dice paro, tomara shakati ache. Amito kanga, Krishna Krishna boli. Daitava Pache Pache Amito Kanga Krishna Krishna Hori Daitava Pache Pache Oh hey Vaishnava Thakur Doyara Sagara Vidase Kori Jai Vaishnava Thakur Jai Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Jai All together now. Pralaya payogi jale Dhritavana sivera Hita chari Ramakera Deshavadita Nina Sharera You gotta move. Shitira Vipulaka Itishpahita Krishna Garani Garana Tina Chakragari Krishna Vita Urmakarira Jai Jaganisha Hari Jai Kurmadev Jai Jaganisha Hari Jai Prahlada, Jaya Jagadeesha Hare, Jagadeesha Hare, Avakara Kamalahu, Nakamajita Sringa, Jalidai Ranakashi, Chanubi, Krishna Krishna, Narahari Rupa, Jai Jagadeesha Hare, Jai Shri Jai Jagadeesha Hare, Jagadeesha Hare, Alaya Sri Rama Balumadutta Vamana, Padanata Nirajani Pajana Pama, Keshavadita Rupa, Jai Jagadeesha Hare, Jai Brahmadev, Jai Jagadeesha Hare, Jagadeesha Hare, Kshatriya Ruhiramaye Jagadata Papam, Tapayasi Payasi Shanita Bhavata, Keshavadita Vigupati Rupa, Jai Jagadeesha Hare, Jai Vigupati, Jai Jagadeesha Hare, Jagadeesha Hare, Sarasi Dikshurene Dikkhati Kamaniya, Dashamukhamaulikalu, Keshavadita Rama Sharira, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Ki Jai, Jaya Jagadeesha Hare, Jagadeesha Hare, Bahasi Bapishi Vishwade Vasanam Jalajavam, Halaki Diti Militayamuna, Keshavadita Haladara Rupa, Jai Jagadeesha Hare, Jai Balaram Ki Jai, Jagadeesha Hare, Vindasiya Yahude Ahaha Siddhi Jata, Sadayani Daya Dasita Pashuda, Keshavadita Sudasarira, Jaya Jagadeesha Hare, Jaya Gurudev. Lakshani Vahani Gane Kalagati Karapala, Sumati Seva, Keshavadita Karuti Sharira, Jaya Jagadeesha Hare, Jaya Kaushi Dev, Jaya Jagadeesha Hare, Jagadeesha Hare. Veda Rupa, Jai Jagadisha Hare, Jai Dasa Avatar Ki Jai, Jagadisha Hare, Jagadisha Hare. Jaganti Vahate, Bhugola Mudidrate, Daityam Darayate, Balim Chalayate, Shasayam Purvate, Kalasyam Jayate, Alakalayate, Karunyanakamvate, Vedyano Jayate, Rasakritikite, Krishnayatu. One more time. Vedyano Jayate, Rasakritikite, Krishnaya. Tudya Namaha. Go Premanande, Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Srimad Bhagavatam class. Oh, okay. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thanks everyone for coming. We'll be here all day and all night. Feel free to call in sick at work, it's totally bona fide. We can do it for you if you just text us the number, and then come on down. We'll start with our Jai Radha Madhava. We should take you to Govinda, and he has somebody who can fix that once and for all. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivardhari Yashodanandana Vraja Janarajana Yashodanandana Vraja Janarajana Yashodanandana Vraja Janarajana Yashodanandana Vraja Janarajana Jamuna Tira Manachari Jamuna Tira Manachari Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more time. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Sarasatim Vyasam Tato Jayam Udiraye Shushusho Shudadhanasya Vasudeva Katamrichi Syadmahat Sevaya Vipra Punya Shravana Kirtana. Today we'll be hearing from the Srimad Bhagavatam, and the proper means of hearing Srimad Bhagavatam is expressed by the sages' address of Sutta Goswami, Ugrashrava. As we know from Ugra Nrsimha, Ugra means fierce, and Nrsimha is NrshimhaDev in this very fierce form, who, although there's a planet where Lakshmi and NrshimhaDev reside eternally, so it's not that Lakshmi Devi doesn't know about NrshimhaDev. He's an eternal form and they have an eternal relationship. But when he comes for Prahlad Maharaj, she practically doesn't recognize him because he's so ferocious and angry because of the mistreatment of his devotee. And that same sense, Ugrashava. Ugrashava means one who fierce, ferocious hearing. And look up the word ferocious. There's a way in which Ugrashava, Sutta Goswami is described, Veta tvam saumya tat sarvam tatvatastan anugrahat bruyu snigdasya shishyasya guravo guyamapyuta. The sages had exalted him and set him on the Vyasasana in front of all the other great sages, saying that because you're gentle, Saumya, and that he had also been attentive to all his teachers and submissive and in a service mood, and therefore he had assimilated all of the knowledge of the Vedas. Yasya Devi para bhaktir yata Devi tata garau tasyarte katita hyarta prakashante mahatmanaha. The Shastra says that when one has implicit faith in Krishna and the spiritual master, then there's a way in which the import of Vedic knowledge is naturally revealed within the heart of that devotee. And then they call him Ugrashrava because his path to perfection took place by ferocious hearing. In our research department, which is down to 1 today, we have lack of funding also, so they can't turn on the electricity for the mic. We need to put in a new grant to get the mics turned on.
Ferocious is an adjective from the 1640s, which means fierce and wild-looking.
Okay.
Ferus, which means wild, and it comes from Proto-Indo-European root guer, which means wild beast.
Wild beast. Look it up on Etymoline also. See if it traces back to Sanskrit. You already did?
And it only refers to Proto-Indo-European roots and Greek.
In Greek? Okay. Thank you. Ferocious hearing. So it's miraculous. Yes, there's more.
Sorry, I didn't look properly enough. But from another root of it, which is OKW, which means to see, it says that it is the hypothetical source of evidence for its existence provided by Sanskrit, Akshi, the eye.
Akshi, the eye. Yeah. Yeah, you can detect the ferociousness in the eyes, perhaps. So, let's hear about Lord NrSimhaDev from the 5th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, 18th chapter, verse number 8. And we can say this verse together since everybody knows it anyway. That's 5:18:8. Om Namo Bhagavate Narasimhaya Namastejas Tejase Avirbhava Vajranaka Vajradamshtra Karmashayan Randaya Tamo Grasa Om Swaha Abhayam Atmani Bhuyishta Om Shram. The translation is, what? Okay. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Lord NrSimhaDev, the source of all power. O my Lord, who possesses nails and teeth, just like thunderbolts, kindly vanquish our demon-like desires for fruitive activity in this material world. Please appear in our hearts and drive away our ignorance, so that by your mercy we may become fearless in the struggle for existence in this material world. Srila Prabhupada's purport. In Srimad Bhagavatam 4.22.39, Sanat Kumara speaks the following words to Maharaj Prithu. Yat pada pankachapa lasya bhakta karma shrayan kratitam ukratayanti santa tadvanda rikta matayo yatayo pirutta shroto ganasta maranam bhajavasudevam. Devotees always engaged in the service of the toes of the Lord's lotus feet can very easily become free from hard knotted desires for fruitive activities. Because this is very difficult, the non-devotees, the jnanis and yogis, cannot stop the waves of sense gratification, although they try to do so. Therefore, you are advised to engage in the devotional service of Krishna, the son of Vasudeva. Every living being within this material world has a strong desire to enjoy matter to his fullest satisfaction. For this purpose, the conditioned soul must accept one body after another, and thus his strongly fixed, fruitive desires continue. Strongly fixed, fruitive desires. That's SFFD syndrome. One cannot stop the repetition of birth and death without being completely desireless. Therefore, Srila Rupa Goswami describes pure bhakti devotional service as follows. Anya bilashita shunyam jnana karmanyanavritam anakulyena krishna nushilanam bhaktir uttama. One should render transcendental loving service to the Supreme Lord Krishna favorably and without desire for material profit or gain through fruitive activities or philosophical speculation. That is called pure devotional service. Unless one is completely freed of all material desires, which are caused by the dense darkness of ignorance, one cannot fully engage in the devotional service of the Lord. Therefore, we should always offer our prayers to Lord NrSimhaDev, who killed Hiranyakashipu, the personification of material desire. Hiranya means gold, and Kashipu means a soft cushion or bed. Materialistic persons always desire to make the body comfortable, and for this they require huge amounts of gold. Thus, Hiranyakashipu was the perfect representative of materialistic life. He was therefore the cause of great disturbance to the topmost devotee, Prahlada Maharaj, until Lord NrSimhaDev killed him. Any devotee aspiring to be free of material desires should offer his respectful prayers to NrSimhaDev, as Prahlada Maharaj did in this verse. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Dena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadam Tikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sadvatutam Varijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dina Bandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vansha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Nitai naminekshe namirhate shadamuyena dite chere. Nitai naminekshe namirhate shadamuyena dite chere. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. And we have in 518.8 word for word, which is Om. Om, O Lord, Namaha, my respectful obeisances. Bhagavate, unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Narasimhaya, known as Lord Nrshimha. Nama, obeisances. Teja Teja say, the power of all power. Avi Avirbhava, please be fully manifest. Vajranaka, O you who possess nails like thunderbolts. Vajradamshtra, O you who possess teeth like thunderbolts. Karma Ashayan, demoniac desires to be happy by material activities. Randhya Randhya, kindly vanquish. Tama, ignorance in the material world. Grasa, kindly drive away. Grasa, kindly drive away. Grasa Grasa, Grasa Grasa. Oh my Lord, Swaha, respectful oblations. Abhayam, fearlessness. Abhayam, fearlessness. Atmani, in my mind. Uyishta, may you appear. O Lord. Shraum, the bija or seed of mantras. Offering prayers to Lord NrshimhaDev. The translation we can say together. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Lord NrshimhaDev, the source of all power. O my Lord, who possesses nails and teeth just like thunderbolts, kindly vanquish our demon-like desires for fruit of activity in this material world. Please appear in our hearts and drive away our ignorance, so that by your mercy we may become fearless in the struggle for existence in this material world. Later, in the Bhagavatam, Prahlada Maharaj offers his prayers, and thus, as in all the prayers in the Srimad Bhagavatam, reveals his heart to the Lord, and revealed scripture means he reveals it to everybody. So, Drishta Maya Divi Bibo Kiladishnapanu Ayushriyam Bibaba Ichiti Yanjanoyam Yesmat Pitu Kupitahasa Brijambru Vispurjitena Lilita Satuteni Rastaha. And one of his prayers, he's saying that I've seen it for myself that my father had developed so much power that just by moving his eyebrow, he was able to conquer others. And he had ayu shriyam vibhavam. He had a guarantee, so-called, of an unlimited lifespan, which is what many people want. Even if they don't know what to use their life for, they're trying for it. Especially nowadays on YouTube, everyone's got some formula for how to stay alive longer. A lot of longevity studies, but you still can't make it past probably 100 if you're really lucky. Ayushriyam, and they want some kind of opulence. Ayushriyam bibabam ichiti yanjanoyam, and that's their desire. Next slide. Yesmat pitu kupita. So, yesmat pitu kupita hasa virjambru, what I just said about the eyebrows. Vispurjitena lulita satute nirasta. That lulita means that it all comes falling down, it collapses at some point. So he said he saw his father rise to prominence in all the different opulences, so much so he had control over everybody, and he had this so-called guarantees of long life. And then he says, next verses, Tasmada mushtanubritam aham ashishogya ayu, again, ayush shriyam vibhavam aindrayam avarinsha nechamite vilulitam. There it is again, vilulitam uruvikramena kamatalam madulava. No, that's another verse. Kalatmana hridayam. Say it again. Kalatmano panayamam nija britya parshram. So he concludes here by saying that much the same thing, that my father had so much power and opulence. So I don't want it. I don't want anything to do with it, because vilulitan, it falls apart. And he said, all I want, nija britya parshram, I want to have, britya means the servants. I want to have service to your servants, to your pure devotees. In fact, especially Narada Muni, who was his spiritual master, who instructed him while he was in the womb. And those who have come to this conclusion, after having developed a state of heart where they are disgusted with the material world, as is mentioned, Jata Shada Makatasu Nirvina Sarvakarmasu, Veda Dukatmakam Kamant Prityagi Pyanishvara. They know that sense gratification leads to complications. That's a euphemism. And that they're disgusted with the idea of interacting with the material world. And at the same time, they don't have the power yet to stop the waves of material sense gratification. In other words, even though they know everything and they're disgusted with it, they still succumb to the senses, and they're a little upset with themselves. Anyone? Yeah, it's nice that the Bhagavatam understands us. This is Krishna speaking this verse. And he goes on to say that you should not be overly morose and then give up the process, but rather understand that if you stay the course in devotional service, then gradually you'll be able to overcome material desires. And in this prayer, the devotee rightly asks the Lord for that benediction. And it's the benediction that Prahlada Maharaj had asked for when his father, when the Lord insisted that he take something. He said, I'm Bhagavan, I give benediction, please take something. And Prahlada said, no, thank you. I'm not a merchant. I didn't do anything in service because I wanted anything returned. You're my master, I'm your servant. That's the way it is. And NrshimhaDev insisted, no, I'm Bhagavan, I give, you take. Take some benediction. Then he asked for his father to be delivered, who had been his abuser. And NrshimhaDev said, that's already automatically done. He's in your family, and therefore he'll be delivered. And we find later even that generations hence there were demons like Banasura, and Krishna gave him special consideration because he came in the line of Prahlada Maharaj. Let's speak of Bali. And so there's a need to ask the Lord for something, because he wants to reciprocate. So then Prahlada says, okay, if you're going to give me a benediction, then the only thing I ask is that within the core of my heart there be no material desire. What a great prayer. That's all I want. I want no material desire. And a material desire is defined as a desire that can never be fulfilled. As was indicated by Lord Brahma when Hiranyakashipu first asked for his ridiculous benedictions. Brahma indicated that this isn't going to work. But Hiranyakashipu couldn't hear him. He couldn't understand. When Nrshimhadev killed Hiranyakashipu, he tore out his intestines. He eviscerated him. And in the processes, he ripped out, opened his heart, open heart surgery. And in the commentary, it's mentioned that Nrshimhadev remarked that he was examining his heart, and he said, why did you let these material desires come in your heart? So whatever situation we're in life, Prahlada says also to his friends at school, whatever lack we feel in our life is coming due to having desires that we can't fulfill, otherwise known as material desires. They're not fulfillable because we're not satisfied. It's only on a pendulum of bhoga and tyaga. It can never be fulfilled. And when one has the sincere desire, a sincere desire means a recognition within oneself that one actually wants the service of the Lord. Even if we can't do it, even if we're still overcome by the waves of material existence because of the momentum we have from our past experience. If we can recognize in our heart, and we can recognize, this is one of the great benefits of being a conscious living being, part and parcel of Krishna. We can know stuff. And one of the things that we can know that's most important to us is that we're good for it. We know in our heart, and it's not a facade, we know for sure that we're sincere, if we can recognize that I don't want anything else but Krishna. I don't want anything else but service to Krishna, even if I'm not able to take it right now. Bhagavad Gita, please. 3rd chapter, within 7 seconds or less. Wear your money back from this class. In which, in the Srimad Bhagavad Gita 3:10, I hope.
31.
31, thank you. Akashvani. We have our Vishnu Dutas all about us. Prabhupada writes, when it comes to sincerity, Krishna first says, Ye me matam idam nityam anutishtanti manava shadhavanto nasuyanto muchante te pikarma bi. Those persons who execute their duties according to my injunctions and who follow this teaching faithfully without envy become free from the bondage of fruit of actions. And here's Prabhupada's purport. The injunction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna is the essence of all Vedic wisdom, and therefore is eternally true without exception. As the Vedas are eternal, so this truth of Krishna consciousness is also eternal. One should have firm faith in this injunction without envying the Lord. There are many philosophers who write comments on the Bhagavad Gita, but have no faith in Krishna. It means they're insincere. They're approaching it with the idea that I want to use Krishna's words for something that will benefit me materially. They will never be liberated from the bondage of fruit of action, but an ordinary man with firm faith in the eternal injunctions of the Lord, even though unable to execute such orders, becomes liberated from the bondage of the law of karma. In the beginning of Krishna consciousness, one may not fully discharge the injunctions of the Lord, but because one is not resentful of this principle and works sincerely without consideration of defeat and hopelessness, he will surely be promoted to the stage of pure Krishna consciousness. One may not be able to fully carry out the injunctions of the Lord, but if one can recognize one's intention within the heart, no cheating allowed. We have to be honest with at least ourselves and recognize that we actually want Krishna consciousness. Then Krishna will move heaven and earth to make facility for us. What to speak of leaning into prayers like this one for Lord NrshimhaDev, saying, you please do it, and do it forcefully. Once we recognize that there are remnants of material desires within our hearts, as is mentioned in the purport to 10.14.8, Tatenu Kampam Susamikshamano, Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur in his commentary says that even after one surrenders to Krishna, and that means sarva papebhyo moksha ishami masucha, Krishna does remove our karma, aparada palam papam kutam bijam palon mukham kramenaiva praliyante Vishnu bhakti ratatmanam. Our karma in all its different phases, of course, not if prarabdha was completely removed, we wouldn't have a material body. But Krishna allows us, or sometimes maintains the prarabdha, so we can go on doing devotional service. But it's not the same as having a karmic body. And in the purport, 10.14.8, Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur says, even after one surrenders to Krishna, there may be remnants of one's karma. And those are not technically karma, but they're reminders, he says, from Krishna, that we were involved in the material world, and that the material world's a very sticky place. So don't take it lightly, the removal of material desires, because one can be swallowed up again. And Prahlada Maharaj says, Trastos meham kripana vatsaladushahogra samsara chakra kadadad grasatam pranita kadgam pragriya yadavochara sadviditsus tamishvaro maraparo batukam harami. No, that's a different verse. I'm sorry. Trastos meham kripana vatsaladushahogra sara chakra kadadad grasatam pranita Badhasa karma shatama tengri mulam pritopa varga sharanam Vaisesika danu. So this, in this verse, Prahlada Maharaj is saying, I'm not afraid of your fierce form. The demigods were a little nervous during the whole interaction of Lord NrshimhaDev and Hiranyakashipu because they had something to lose. And when one gets a position here in the material world, says the philosopher Michel, once you get a little power, and instead of doing your job properly, you start thinking how to protect your power because it's so intoxicating. And every little jiva's got a little chip in the game here in the material world somewhere. Even if to others, relatively speaking, it looks paltry. I always think of, although I've been rethinking it lately, of the vendors along Indian streets where they sell little packets of something. I don't know what the heck's in there. But they're usually lying on their back, and I never see many customers, but somehow or other, I guess they have low overhead or something. What are they selling? Some kind of little pawn? A little packet of pawn? A little pawn shop? And that's their little corner of the material world. Everyone's got some little corner of the material world they want to protect, and this is my space, and this is my little chip in the game here. And nobody feels free from anxiety who has that until they say, well, my only chip in the game is my service to Krishna. As is mentioned, that the Vaishnava is the only one who is free from anxiety. Bhukti mukti siddhi kami sakali ashanta. Everyone else has some anxiety. Thank you. So Prahlada Maharaj said, I'm afraid of any lingering material desires in this world. I'm not afraid of your fierce form. I'm not afraid of these prayers. Obviously, he's making these prayers come with your sharp teeth and your claws, and he knows that that's for my benefit. And he says, what I am afraid of is getting ground up again in the material world, as he mentions in another verse. Is it Tasmada Mushtanu Pritama Shogya? Naham Pipimya. It ends with Nispidyaman and Upakarsha Vibho Prapannam. How does that verse start? Sorry, we're trying to memorize the chapter. It's harder when
Satvam hi nitya viditatma.
How does it start?
Satvam hi nitya viditatma gunachana. Satvam
hi nitya viditatma gunasadhamna kalova shi krita vrishridya visarga shakti chakre vrishishtam vajayeshvara shodashari nishpidyamanam upakarsha vibho prapanam. He says that there's this material world, and he describes it as being the time factor is like a big crushing wheel. He said, I'm getting smashed by this thing. And in the other verse I quoted, Trastosmyaham, he indicates that I'm not afraid of you like everybody else is. Everybody's, including Lakshmi Devi, is freaked out. What's going on here? What's got into him? But Prahlad's not afraid at all, and I was also about to, before I interrupted myself, allude to the fight between Hiranyakashipu and Lord NrshimhaDev, in which the demigods are described as watching from afar. And they had lost all their chips in their game because Hiranyakashipu got so powerful, which happens in the material world. You think you're on top, and then next thing you know, somebody takes over. New boss moves in, and by the way, you're out. At topsy-turvy, it's always changing. And they had their designated services in the material world. Hiranyakashipu took them all away. And now when they were fighting, and NrshimhaDev was actually playing with Hiranyakashipu because cats like to play with their catch. They catch a little mouse and then they act all nonchalant, like they're not even paying attention. And the mouse said, no. And Prabhupada describes how a materialistic person, sometimes it appears that they're going on just fine without God. In fact, sometimes people say, how come the godly people are suffering and these people, they live in a Trump Tower somewhere or something like that. Like, they're okay. But it's only the material nature giving them a sense of this freedom to move about the material world. But there's no freedom to move out the material world. Prahlada Maharaj is saying everyone's being crushed here by the wheel of time. So he says, and the demigods, they were watching, and when Hiranyakashipu got free, apparently, they thought, oh no, maybe this creature is not going to kill him. And now that Hiranyakashipu, with his super powerful senses, saw us watching and going, come on, kill him, and then he'll come back twice as hard on us. But Prahlada didn't have that. And the reason was because he was Naishkam. He had no material desire, which means that he only had a desire to serve Krishna. He only wanted to serve his spiritual master. And because of that, he wasn't worried about anything except for what was inside his own heart. And therefore he made this prayer earlier, please, that's the thing to take out. And he also mentioned to his classmates that there's no problem in this world ever for anyone except for one's own uncontrolled mind and senses. So Prahlada gives the perfect lesson for everybody in this world, that work on yourself. There was Prabhupada had a godbrother who had a successor who used to say, when people ask him what his philosophy or practice was, he said, my religion is to find faults, my own faults. My religion is to find my own faults and to try to overcome them instead of looking everywhere to adjust the situation in the material world that's somebody else doing it to me. There's no problem for those who are able to overcome material desires. And as mentioned in the purport, Prabhupada calls Yatpada Pankacha Palasa Vilasya Bhakta. It's not, although the ferocious side is there, and at some point when we experience material desires, they seem so persistent. Anyone? Persistent. One thought I've had about that was Krishna doesn't want us to take it lightly. When we start to get purified and then we have some sense of being encouraged because, look, I'm making progress, and then the material desire goes, wait a minute, not so fast, you still belong to me. Don't forget, you owe me. And tries to hold us back. And then like, what happened? I thought I was going to be a pure devotee overnight. And there's a sense of Krishna's showing us that it's not that easy, it's not cheap. Don't think that you can fake it. The only thing that works, there's only one thing that works, it's sincerity. And there's nothing wrong with having foibles. Better look that up. The only thing wrong is trying to hide one's foibles for the sake of showing oneself to be more than one is. That's not helpful. It could even be painful, what to speak of maybe even artificial. Should I go another step? Don't do it, Vaisesika. It's a morning class, maybe even deceitful. And what do we have from our research department?
Foible is a noun which means weak point of a sword blade. A weak point, a weakness, failing.
Obviously it comes from some kind of sword fighting, huh? You have an origin?
Old French adjective feeble, which is split into, or comes from modern Latin, febilis, lamentable, literally that is to be wept over.
To be what over?
To wept.
Wept over?
Yeah.
Oh, somebody weeps over you because your situation is so lamentable. They're like, too bad for you. We should cry over our own situation. So, Krishna indicates in the Bhagavad Gita that one who does good is never overcome by evil. And summarized, sincerity is ironclad. If we're able to identify our own sincerity, which is indicated by these types of prayers, that Krishna, please remove these material desires from my heart, and please engage me in your service. And that, furthermore, one other point, Prahlada Maharaj is saying that I'm not afraid of you, Lord Nrsimha, but I do have fear. We should have fear. We should have fear of the grinding wheel of the material world and of Vishnu Maya. And we could never think that, oh, I'm liberated. Never take that luxury he's indicating and think I'm a liberated soul, and therefore I'll take liberties. One should be vigilant. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance, said Thomas Jefferson. So we have to be vigilant over our material desires because they sneak back in, or they lingering mental impressions, LMI. And we have to watch out for those and constantly pray and also be afraid. Be afraid. So that's what Prahlada is saying. I'm afraid. Not of you, my Lord. I welcome your fierce countenance and your nails and teeth. That's for killing the demoniac tendencies. Please do that. Be there. Grasa. Tear them out. Please do surgery on me. Let it happen. What I'm afraid of is that tendency in myself to default back into material desires and say, it's okay, I did enough. I'm entitled now. Or I'm liberated, therefore I can take liberties. I can look at the material energy and not be affected. And though those people, they're overly strict. They're just stuffy people. So strict they are. Them being so careful. I don't need to be so careful as everybody else. I'm better than they are, and so forth. Danger. Warning signs. So Prahlada Maharaj is showing the example of how to become a devotee. One has to have these foundational qualities and feelings. And so he says, don't let me get caught up again. It's also mentioned in the Srimad Bhagavatam, if I'm in the right place, that Prabhupada writes at 10:2:9, it's Prabhupada's purports. And if you go to the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph, you ready for Ugrashava? Ferocious hearing? Get ready, be fierce. A pure devotee is always transcendentally situated because of executing 9 different processes of bhakti yoga: Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakyam, Atma Nivedanam. Thus situated in devotional service, a devotee, although in the material world, is not in the material world, yet a devotee always fears. Because I am associated with the material world, so many contaminations affect me. Therefore, he is always alert in fear, which gradually diminishes his material association. Symbolically, Mother Devaki's constant fear of Kamsa was purifying her. A pure devotee should always fear material association. And in this way, all the asuras of material association will be killed, as the Shadgarbha asuras were killed by Kamsa. He goes on from there, some more detail about Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Mana, Moha, Matsarya. They're represented by the Sadgarbha Suras. It's extended analogy. But the point is clear that we should be afraid of material existence. And we should welcome Krishna's offer to purify our hearts. As we were talking yesterday about the Bhagavatam, because we're going to Austin, Texas, on Wednesday. I have to give tomorrow? That's tomorrow, basically. and I have to give a talk at Dell, which I haven't really thought about much, except for the title is how to have peace within chaos. Yeah, I was talking about it with His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj yesterday, and he started a long list of all the chaotic situations in the Bhagavatam. He listed at least 20 in a row. And then he said, actually, the whole Bhagavatam's about turbulence, chaos, and how one overcomes it. And that's the lesson of Prahlada Maharaj also. He's in the midst of the most dangerous, materially dangerous situation, to have a father who wants to kill you. But he shows how to overcome it from the inside out. So whatever situation we're in, Prahlad shows us to pray for this and find your own sincerity, and also cultivate a healthy, not a neurotic, a healthy fear of the material world and material desires. Those are some preliminary remarks. Now let's have a lively discussion. Prabhu, we have plenty of mics, so we can pass them around. You could turn on the yellow mic, and somebody will keep score from now on how much time it takes to turn on each mic, and we'll see how much time we use in a year. Could get a free day. Okay, go ahead.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for the nice class. I was, when you're mentioning about how Prahlada Maharaj is mentioning at how one has to be fearful of material existence and not get deviated, I was remembering there's another purport in the third canto, Brahma's Prayers. He mentioned something very similar about this. It's 3.9.24, I think, where he mentions about that how he said, I'm engaged in so many material duties in trying to do the creation of this world. I'm afraid that I may not get deviated from the hymns of Vedic mantras. In that purport, Prabhupada mentions that the path of spiritual life is like a razor's edge. If one is inattentive, then there's every chance of falling down. And then he mentions that, but Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given his mission, and he said whoever is engaged in his service, he said they are protected by the Maya. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very important. Even as we do our service, there are ways in which one might take advantage of one's position or offer service with some motivation, or as Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur noticed in the realm of Yukta Vairagya, when they got a bigger temple, he saw the preaching spirit go down. There can be a way in which, by the results of one's services, one gets given more facility. And then there could be a trap that one thinks, I've been given so much facility, and then one might succumb, even subtly, even a little bit, to the idea that, oh, I'm special. And then you lose your edge. We don't want to lose our edge. Therefore, Lord Chaitanya says, Trunadapi Sunichaina. To be humble. Braj Bihari Prabhu once said, you never lose credit by giving credit where credit is due. Better to be selfless and just leave it to Krishna. Don't try to position yourself in some way through your service to say, I'm greater than other people. Just do your service. Vijay Prabhu.
Stay reflection, you mentioned about how we have to fear Maya. Prabhupada said, my disciples have two diseases. One, they are not enough afraid of Maya, and two, they like to change things.
Yeah, and the changing, there's a sense it's not complicated enough. How could something so simple? He had mentioned that I notice that my disciples are sometimes collecting big stacks of austere books. And he said the process is simple, chant Hare Krishna. And there's ways in which, in a sense of trying to pull ahead of everyone else, all read different things and come up with a different point. This is still in the realm of, I'll be a Muni. Munis have this disease that they want to, with their own intelligence, figure out how to present something in a different way in order to satisfy their sense of being intelligent. Astita Dhir Muni, on the other hand, is someone who accepts verbatim the order of the spiritual master and says, I'll just fulfill the order and I'll do it humbly. As Lord Chaitanya indicated when he met his spiritual master, don't worry about all this stuff. Lord Chaitanya told Prakashananda Saraswati, my spiritual master told me I'm a fool. For you, just chant Hare Krishna. Keep it simple. I think, oh, that's not complicated enough. And then I changed the process and tried to do something else, and not being afraid enough of material nature. And then when something severe happens, we become shocked that how could that happen? But it's better to be fortified by Krishna's words in the Bhagavad Gita. Try to understand what he's actually saying. Abrahma Bhuvana Loka means Abrahma Bhuvana Loka. From the topmost down the lowest. It doesn't mean if you move to, I don't know, pick a place where you're going to find peace in the material world. Where could you move to? Hawaii? Doesn't work. I broke my arm in Hawaii. It was the most hellish time ever. Being in paradise with a broken arm. And people get island fever there. I had friends, devotee friends, I went and stayed with them when I was convalescing, and I said, how is it? And they said, after a while, it's the same. Only thing, yet pada pankachapa lasa vilasya bhakti, we have to have vilas. And that comes, I'd say the best vilas that one can get, this sense of joy and happiness in the material world, is if one can be in the mood of Prahlada Maharaj to give Krishna consciousness to others. And what makes us joyful is seeing the spark of faith in others start to emerge. If that's what you live for, as Prabhu was just saying it, being afraid of the material world, or someone who was saying that we won't be overwhelmed by the material nature if we stay. It's not obligatory to become overwhelmed, but if we stay in the vilas of preaching, and that is that what satisfies our heart is seeing the spark of faith by our preaching ignite within somebody's heart and starts to come up. If that's what gives us great joy, that's a very safe position, and it's great work if you can get it. If you can become a preacher in the Krishna consciousness movement. Okay, yes. We have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
I had a question about this point of fear. So in that same note, we talked about Trinada Bhisunechana, like don't feel yourself as great or special. But balancing all of this, how do we still be confident, even if we're not egoistic or feeling unnecessarily powerful?
It's tested over time. We become more and more confident that we're not the doers. And we've had this experience in our little laboratory here in Silicon Valley. We've been running a little laboratory here since 1999 or so, and the experiment is to continually take risks, extending ourselves in our service. To give a specific example, with book distribution, from the first time we made a solid goal, and there was a sense of uneasiness, where should we be pushing so hard? And I think it was to do 100 books in one day or something like that. And everyone complained that, I mean, first of all, it's ridiculous. We could never do that. And second of all, you know, should you push people so hard to make such a goal? I mean, Krishna consciousness is nice, but you know, we shouldn't be in so much anxiety. But then somehow or other we did it anyway, and we were able to meet that goal, but then we thought it was a fluke, and every time we think it's a fluke. But then after 100 times of doing that, and it's ever increasing, you start to think, well, maybe it's not a fluke. And maybe the answer to everything is to take calculated risks in the service of Krishna, and you start to develop confidence. I was just thinking of how His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj had so much success, and it was really based on his adherence to the simple principles that Prabhupada said, just do this. And one complaint, you know, people would have is, you know, that's too simple. But that's what actually works. And you can have confidence we should have confidence. Shukadev Goswami says, Nirnitam, when he talks about chanting Hare Krishna, for instance, he said, it's already been vetted by everybody. Take it from me. You got to have some confidence in somebody, somewhere. Otherwise, you become neurotic and you don't trust anything or anybody. Everything's relative. Your truth, my truth, and so forth. It's no way to live. Okay, yes. Uh-oh. Who is that? Oh, please go ahead, Prabhu. Except we're 2 minutes late.
Sorry, Prabhu.
No, it's not your fault.
Maharaj, thank you so much for going through these prayers. Initially, when we looked at these prayers, they looked very complex and difficult to learn. But you are also spending a lot of time in explaining the meanings and then going deeper into the attitude of Prahlada Maharaj. So I have a question and a reflection. And the question is kind of answered. I was thinking how to develop this fearful attitude towards material desires. So you were talking about taking risks and then realigning with parampara.
Yeah, one way out. Is that a question?
Yes, Prabhuji, if you can give more.
Just what I've noticed is when I get into good association, every time I do, I realize the value of Krishna consciousness, because I see somebody that's more advanced and that it's sublime. And really, that's a higher taste we get from association. Our fear should be we don't want to lose that taste, and we don't want to lose that association. And if we realize also that it's a gift, and if we don't take care of the gift properly, we can lose our rights. Bhaktivinoda Thakur talks about the merchant locking out the worker because he keeps coming late. Late. A casual attitude towards his work. And then he comes one day to work, door's locked. He knocks. The proprietor says, get out of here. You're not coming to work anymore because you took it casually. And if we have this fear that I'll lose the opportunity to be in the best of association. If we have material desires, to those who are very advanced, they see it. Just like if you're at Mangalartik and somebody walks in who just ate garlic the night before. They scarf down a pizza or something. And then, talking about, and then you turn around and who ate garlic? Because it comes out of your pores. Material desires come out of your pores also. It's in your eyes, it's in your countenance. And somebody who's actually sincerely following to the best of their ability, and they have that diamond-like, that jewel-like asset, that they're sincere, and everyone can see it. They become what's called self-effulgent, and it can only come from the real thing, which is sincere. And when we become afraid that I might lose the opportunity to be in that kind of association if I take it casually, I won't be able to associate with the holy name. I also won't be, more importantly, I won't be able to associate with those who have a taste for the holy name. I just won't be allowed entrance because I'll become a disturbance to them, and Krishna, doesn't allow me to enter into that realm. So that's a kind of fear that we can cultivate. It's called FOMO. Fear of missing out. We should have that fear, the fear of missing out. I want to be there. I want to be in the front row. I want to be able to associate. So I keep myself in such a state when the opportunity comes, I'll be there for it. I'll be able to take advantage of it. I should have constant FOMO for that. Okay, last one for the close. Yes, I'm sorry, Malini. We'll be here all day.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Prabhu, you mentioned that everybody is attached to something in this material world. But then the question is about, do you have to be attached to your service? Because, sometimes people say that don't be attached to your service also. So can you please elaborate a little bit more on that?
It's important to be attached to our service because we have to be attached to something. It's the way we're attached to it that's important. And there's a story, a vignette in the Bhaktisiddhanta Vaibhav in which a devotee, a disciple of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, had been successful in his project. And it was a thriving project, and some godbrothers felt, maybe they were envious. And they said, well, he's not doing it right, and besides that, he's just attached, and that's why he's being successful. So Srila Bhaktisiddhanta called him, and there were several of the complainants there, and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta said to this devotee, I think he was a brahmachari, and he said, I've decided to relocate you to another place to continue your service there. And the devotee replied, yes, Guru Maharaj, where would you like me to go? He said, no, you can stay. And he wanted to show the others that he was only attached to the service and not that, this has to be mine or whatever. Of course, mamata is a feeling of Krishna is mine. We should have a sense of mamata for our service, but we're also, if we get an indication that spiritual master or the wisdom of the sadhus, everyone says maybe you should do it like this instead, should also listen. We shouldn't be attached to it for name and fame. And it's not so easy. We have to process these things, and that's also a way in which we should be self-observant, is to see, why am I doing my service? What's my motivation? But it is very important because as Prabhupada received service when he first met his spiritual master and he incubated that within his heart, that spread this all over the world. it became a constant meditation for him how to prepare for that. And if any of us get service, as Nirkula was saying the other day, you can get a specific indication from your guru, or there are general indications. There are even general indications from Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You can pick them up from various places and try to carry them out. But, okay, I could have said it more simply, but it's not wrong to be attached to your service. It's just we have to observe and see what is the mood of our attachment. Is it service for service, or are we attached to the idea that we're in charge? And a caveat to that is also if we're doing a service and being in charge is helping, then, and we can confirm that with others, then it's also a service to hold on to your service. As Prabhupada held on to his moniker of being the founder acharya, when some tried to usurp it and say, well, he's not really the founder acharya. They did it in a subtle way, but he said, no, I am the founder acharya. And he made sure that he was in the center, and that was because he already saw from the Gaudiya Math what happens when people start fighting over the acharyaship, and he therefore planted a flag very firmly and said, no, there has to be a center. And he did it as a service. I hope I didn't confuse you by giving a convoluted answer. Be attached to your service. It's like a rope. Your saver will save you. And if you hold on to the rope, your pride and joy is your service. Prabhupada says, in the absence of your spiritual master, your pride and joy should be your service that you're able to render. That brings us to the end of our class. I have to go home and pack to get ready. There could be one more eternally. Let's mention it later, because I should have ended at 9 o'clock. You'll have to do work and go places, like memorize the rest of the Prahlada prayers. That's what she's into. Dear Srila Prabhupada, dear Sorry Dhanavari, we'll catch up with you later, I promise. Dear Srila Prabhupada, dear Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, thank you. Shri Shri Panchatattva, Shri Shri Radhamana Mohan, Shri Shri NrshimhaDev. If you so desire, please help us to remove, or be forceful if you wish, the material desires within our hearts, so that we can always be aware of our sincerity in your service and have no other motive except for serving your pure devotees. Thank you for considering our request. Om Tat Sat. Everyone who agrees with this prayer, in whole or in part, please unmute and say Hare Krishna. We'll take it up again here tonight at 5 p.m. Okay, we'll see you there, and we have plenty of service opportunities throughout the day, right? And the other thing is, if you see something, do something about it. Place should be clean as glass. Take it upon your own, with your own initiative. If you see anything lying around, make sure you pick it up or sweep the floor. Thank you. Hare Krishna.